Hello everyone, we're back with being scared because we're in the courthouse and it's always scary when we're in the courthouses. I don't trust like that. No, wait. That was a sneeze that I had trapped and I wasn't expecting it, and then I was kind of like I was wondering, is it a sneeze? Is it not? Oh god, there it goes again. Give me a second. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I don't know why I'm getting sneezes right now. Anyway, courthouse. It's scary. We're gonna do lawyering for real this time. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe this tower, as all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and papers pushing queues, with a couple dozen quorums squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Not that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress, Bharat? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjuntants are always a flip coin, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Have you been playing too much Ace Attorney? Should I not? Adjuntants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So androids are used to reduce caseload. In that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Judges is fighting for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred the budgets across the board. Also judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles, were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it is aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, used to be that even the most high-profile crimes wouldn't get accorded until weeks or months later, or years. A lot of times years. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things. Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. When they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school, you gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if agendas are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is? That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If judges are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had. Such as? Disgust. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to is what they do or don't find disgusting. I kinda hate that she's right. Like, she is. But not for everyone, not for every person, but for most people that's their baseline of like what's acceptable and what isn't. Only problem is everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. When everyone sees their worlds through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dead under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. It's 6:54 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Quorum 48D. I am. It's a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there. Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude, not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. As an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. What of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uninformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably one with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi out of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketed for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I'd figure that you could extrapolate. I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense sets a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins to make their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly, sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual on the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. You said that before. Discovery means just that I can pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along cause I liked you, did you? And the jury, I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? There's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do is convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments, and right now all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think he's waking up. This lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD-84 presiding. I call to order the case of the People versus Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD-84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. Is it? In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. I don't know if I agree. Like, am I supposed to agree? Also, you do have eyes behind the visor, which, I would have assumed you didn't. But okay. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. Again, are you sure? I'm just trying to, like, are you sure? So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bud! Yeah. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. She has a profile, really? Date of birth, September 2nd, 263 centimeters. She's 2 meters tall? Well, technically, it's like close to 3 meters tall. Jesus Christ, woman. I know you're a road and shit, but boy. Oh boy. Automated dependent adjutant. Likes raw salmon, running water, and gymnastics. You can eat? Like you eat? Dislikes criminals, contrarians, and pigeons. What did pigeons do to you? Sign Libra, self-assign. Honey, if you're not after September 22nd, you're not a Libra. You do not get to self-assign your shit. I would know, because my birthday is after September 22nd. Type open, obedient, observant, or people. Okay. 3 sizes. 109 bust, 64 waist, 94 hips. Do you need to give the people that? Like, okay, sure. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This is one that's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a bug thing? So I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did in fact commit suicide as he... Hama. I get it. You gotta make sure he wasn't cuckooing the cranium before you cut off his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjusters were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we've observed the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. Let's not look for... Could it be your... trying to seize me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always use an summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. He's much more of a character that I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads, so long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench. My plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with the first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. I still really like her tattoos. It's Yumi. Hey. So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the truth and unaltered truth to the best of your ability? I do? Good enough for me! Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And did you make it? And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. will be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. My cheeks! Being cute is my job. God damn, we barely got it started. That seemed pretty bad, hadn't I? Making mistakes will increase your blind. Blind is how much credit you lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts out and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Yeah, I expected. Mind the blind number on the top left when it appears. -1. Okay. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Well, I'm not worried because I am smart. That's a lie. I should be worried. I'm really stupid. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Take it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, you were able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Yellow will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still choose to advance text manually with continue. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. However, the call button or toggle on Insight to focus on the claims with a witness statement inside can be disabled in settings. Testimony will loop until your call. Okay. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Davis contract. Up. The subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and fainting, and the subject was healthy. The respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. But when the tox screen was run at the hospital, it came out clean. Yeah, that's the, yeah, that would be it. After choosing to call on a statement, you need to respond with evidence. Look over the 3 cars that show up and confirm your car before the timer runs out. I took the timer out because I know I'm stupid. It would be the whiskey in this case, though. It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it. Since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Yeah, even if you don't get the drug, like, you arguably need to have something there. Like, you're fucked otherwise. Ah! That makes sense. You got that wrong. Successfully object to a testimony for the first time. That scare you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a little dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original scientific fitting name for this substance, a name like Omega. Omega-3. That's an actual thing. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, or Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested, why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach context, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please, I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his dog screens showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Yeah, it would be Jung's testimony. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps you should examine the defense. You should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer! Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta unknowingly, and the Delta causes respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During Blackjack, every piece of information you can learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Okay. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Select the press option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win Blackjack when you reach exactly 21. Really? Couldn't I just get 19 and wait for the house to get 23? Like I usually do when I play Blackjack. So don't press further if you're already there. Well, either that or I get 18 and the house gets like 17 and they don't risk going further. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. In my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument. And hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Well, yeah, you sure that it was ingested, considering that we've seen a bunch of employees from this company just using those inhaler thingies. Inhalators? But I mean, I forgot what the word is in English. Dr. Sato, you said the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally, but are you sure? But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Ah, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this Delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. Ingest enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. Yeah, but if we assume... Like, that's the thing. If it's only a little bit and we don't know how it acts entirely on a human body, then you're fucked. Because, yeah, it could be a false flag, is what I mean. Like, they put the drug there, and then they kill them using something else that we wouldn't notice. You know? You've run simulations, so you haven't tested Delta on an actual person. No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample, not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? Nah, not yet anyway. Seems like that's... Blackjack? The World. Reach 21 in Blackjack. Well, yeah, the World is the 21st card in Tarot. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it doesn't seem like we're but it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. The defense is calling for a speculation, Your Honor. It's no speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will ask a question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. That felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeing that where I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And then you interviewed the EMTs who arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. I'm starting to think about it. Because I keep thinking about Young. And she did have her phone on her. She could have used that. And she technically is more important than David, so it might have even been faster. And yeah, you act recklessly and without thinking when you're in a panic situation, but at the same time, like, who has reasons to kill him except someone who is not benefiting from his work, which she technically wouldn't be. Like, yeah, she's higher up in the company, but like, technically she helped him and she's being sidelined in, like, the media. We know that. Like, it could be petty jealousy. It just feels like she's guilty here. Like, there's something off about this situation as I see it. But Young continues to be my main suspect. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfields Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing-in. But when you take into consideration her love for Boot Hill authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, the witness exhibiting no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronic Security Division, we searched the entire building. We found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and cover every angle, but I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Asher met with the witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. He's the one who prepared the drinks, and there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned, and I believe that that's my call. Hmm. Hmm. Like I'm thinking about it. Like, what's more suspicious here? Like, clearly the issue is the cup. But, like, what's more suspicious here? That, like, Young's cup is half empty and not poison? Or the fact that his cup got knocked over when it was tested inconclusive? Arguably, I think it's the fact that it was tested inconclusive, but... Thank God that I took the timer. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with the... You can't make that claim, not when the evidence record clearly shows that the tests on Dr. Ash's cups were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without thus proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, DA Rockford? Testing of the disease's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all well aware. Right, we all know that. I definitely knew that. Is she playing with a Switch? Or is that a PSP? Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby! Fire away. Baby? His testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what happened. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Ash and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. Yeah, it doesn't make much. Like, there's a possibility that there was, I don't know, someone in that panic room that we found last time. But for that, you will need to explain the entirety of the panic room situation and whatnot, and that's that would be I don't think we're in conditions to justify that entire thing right now. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he had already poured it for both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured? In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Oh yeah, actually, did they find any poison? Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was the first answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If you had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, do you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for your enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? I mean, it's true. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was before it probably evaporated. All of it. It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then our guest will be the one to move things along. Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Yeah, that's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Still under the product name Nanofacturer. I know this one. It's using delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That was the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, He could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemical in his heart desire, really. You think random mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the nanofactory to make unlicensed drugs does go against the terms and conditions, so Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically pressed at 19. God, if only it was that easy. Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time, motherfucker. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am! Before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course we know that he fell and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? No, that sounds about right, really. Not at this time, no. The time that you've described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this last piece of evidence, we know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup, replacing it at the nanofactor, and activating the preset on simply within 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Easily accomplished during the 4-minute he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Yeah, except, where is it? No, that's Young's. Where is it? Witness testimony. Because, like, that sucks that he's not here. Like, we have, we were told, Isaac called, like Isaac told us that he called him. And, like, I think it was during that period of time. I would love if I could check it, but apparently I cannot. Oh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here now. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? Adonai, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, Counselor, are we done here? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that the call happened there. Feels like we're missing at least one B here, Fox. Namely, motive. Alright, I knew that. I wasn't excited to finish early or anything. I wasn't getting excited to finish or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, Counselor. Focus should be on the evidence, so... Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So... I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court... Oh, new evidence! Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Apologies at David's breakup call. If Emma wants to be to present it here now, then the content must be relevance, Your Honor. Yeah, what we're does is recording have on the case at hand. It established what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Yeah, except that we know that David doesn't give, like, he didn't give a shit. Like, we know this. Isaac himself tells us much. You can't use the recorded call as evidence. At least not in this situation, because like all I have to do is bring Isaac into, like, I request that he comes in as a witness. He outright destroys his case. Like this entire excuse. Because yeah, David didn't really care that much, and people who knew him would say as much. Go! Begin playback. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know, guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Do you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah? How you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did. That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. That's like, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac. Just forget it, man. Forget a call. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything, or should I... Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's Penumbra system, and the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions of my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Gonna be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Father! It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. I must got her means, opportunity, and motive all line up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing! Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? I must never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just... pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. Yeah, except that, again, I don't think that's the case. Precisely because... Like... I'll be honest, to me, it just reads like someone who's really, really autistic about this kind of thing, so he doesn't get it. And, like... Considering everything else, yeah, it kind of feels like it's just that. But if that's the case, he really would just take it seriously if I said that it was alright. Like, he would take that as it is. And then it would be like, man, I fucked up. Clearly I'm not made for a relationship. I should stop letting people get close like that, because clearly I fuck it up. Like, I feel like that's the most reasonable, like, explanation to that entire exchange, the way it is. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeds and unbrained protesters and... But pitying me, here and now, that's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You wanna keep going after that? What are you doing, Counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Darling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relationship to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communication between him and other departments, that sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling is the only play I have right now. The only Starling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. True. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the red Sarah's gone out so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long, if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally? Of course! Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay fucking spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people express an intent to harm him? Objection, call for speculation. Intent? I feel like that's gonna be sustained. Did anyone even threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theories. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, withdrawn. Miss Darling. People would attempt to contact him, yes, but their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes, but I always send those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Geesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. I don't know the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Psst. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Do you have a relationship outside of work? Do you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you or to your knowledge anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe. Objection. On what grounds? Ask and answer, Stalin. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy, and what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence that it pertains to his crime. Convincing. Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence to the record, but I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. Ugh. I need to wait whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secret here in court. Okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress Dr. David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls. I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. Yeah, there's something, like, it feels like there's something weird about these. Like, wouldn't you have, like, a paper trail? Like, wouldn't that make more sense if you're talking to a psychiatrist? Like, they have files on you when you go to, like, a therapist, a professional. They, like, wouldn't it make most sense? Like more sense if they had actual paperwork that prove that. I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. Oh, there's also that, to be fair. What? Really? Really? Yes, really, it's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. But that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble spying. No, he was smarter than that. Well... Alright, everything is monitored by Noble, so it doesn't really matter. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, but have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. That's... David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like what exactly are you suggesting, Counselor? Still not under routine? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiating claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. His employer's many enemies will do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... sorry, but like... Do you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting! Yes, ma'am. How my luck's been going so far? Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And I'm as patient as wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems... Go with me! And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. But I'm making count. So what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here, and she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last... See you contact you, I think. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night, 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? Well... Probably, yeah. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Don't know why though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical. Especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Select and place cards from your hand onto the slots in chronological order, left to right. You can pick a card back up and place it in another slot if you change your mind. I would hope. Or use return to undo the last card you placed down. Fill the slots to submit your answer. Okay. Well, if we go by the numbers that we got. Wait, no, because now that I think about it, Isaac called, yeah, Friday at 6:30, so he called first. He contacted Starling later. Then we have Jung's testimony. And then he... Oh, wait. I almost forgot. And then he passes out. Yes, that's it. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant Miss Starling at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Constable Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. Oh. To summarize then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer from inside the house. Adonai. Not right now. But even if that's true, which it might not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. Adonai! Would you allow me a moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford. I've gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away? Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has a silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It does seem quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the core computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. She fell asleep. Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Nobu as part of the Penumbra system that show the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You... what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it, but we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes and then walked upstairs to his death. I'm about to present to the core footage retrieved from his basement, footage that would show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that! If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the core record. Sarah shows when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai, I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the stamp is 7:36. There, that's David grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving at 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. You have the cops with him. Is that a sound? Not at all! Keep going if he had to go back to get the cops. Counselor, what's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup wherever it wandered. Shit! What's this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the court room cleared. Understood. Please, someone. I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have colors available? Sarah, shut down now. I don't know. Please tell me what I... That's an order. Is it off? Yes, it's off. I've seen this before. I won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor, in light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher in this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan! Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. "8:47 p.m., July 1st, 2086. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process I proved that this android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer rover, a true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to his name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Huh. As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know I like the Juntons, I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day tapping up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. Let's see. 169, nice. Superior judge of the higher circuit. Likes air conditioning, espresso, and reclining chairs. Who doesn't, really? Dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, and mud. Understandable. Avoids overspending on restaurants. Splurges on expensive hotels. Relaxes by watching action movies. Sounds about right. Let's see. Let's clean the evidence. Oh, wait a minute. And we have a decent amount of terms. Okay. Flash Fab, a method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Nanomachines, son, have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibitively expensive, limiting exploration of and investment in nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use of and demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of the surging nanomachine construction have been raised, though the official stance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group has remained unwavering. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Do you think we're stupid? They think that people are stupid. Never Hydroponic is a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the movement have made associated claims about superior taste and nutritional value, but the label has yet to receive official state recognition, and thus the presence of the term or terms like it on food packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. one of a number of food sourcing movements that arose in the later half of the 21st century, as rising sea levels reduced the total amount of arable land around the world and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms, rural skyscrapers where each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agricultural output. Agendas are automated dependents that preside over trials for the state, while most agents are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto a courthouse-specific hardware, including Android bodies. They can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling on cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of agentants by third parties has shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in the sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, agentants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Agentants use a ninefold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers. Because of each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, ideological contamination in agentant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single authoritative loud voice. With the state's court's backlog essentially clear for the past half-decade, questions arose as to the continued need for adjuntants to lighten the judicial system's human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee 74JD91 determined that removing adjuntants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. Cube. It was a Tier 5 programming language commonly used in mid-21st century robotics, intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments. Its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-oriented learning that would not be reliant on the bloated libraries and always online API popularized in the 2030s. Rosso Fluff, real name unknown, first began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Cube 0.9 released in 2045, and by 2048 Cube 3.1 had already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe, despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution. Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly among disaffected communities and third world countries where internet access would remain unreliable for the next 2 decades as regional conflict would continue. Infamously, Contra fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping forces in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language. Because much of its documentation was never ported from the oldnet and due to its incompatibility with tenets, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. We're gonna end up finding out that she was Sarah was programming Cube. Purge. The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex, or using laxatives to simulate a bowel movement. Yeah, I know what that is. Tenet Supersystem, a programming framework underlying the development of modern automated dependent software. All contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the Tenet system, allowing users to designate a series of inviolable. I hate words that are like that. They're hard to pronounce and I'm stupid. Not violable. Violable. God damn it. I hate the English language. It sucks. Priorities for the code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenet with a higher weight supersedes it. Tenets were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio of 3 priorities that govern how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. So, like, the Yeah, the three laws of robotics. Since then, the number of supported tenants has ballooned to 113, most of them requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This combined with their engineer inflexibility has made it so that most programmers aim for a tenant limit below 30. Originally, the one tenet that could not be removed from any program was tenet safety 0, aka tenet 0 or tenet 1. Said tenet dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People v. Volstan's defense contractors and the resulting widespread adoption of automated dependence in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though tenet 0 might still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Tesseract. Tesseract 4.6, better known as TESS, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language, built on top of the Tenet system and utilizing industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was much greater variety in the number of programming languages available with which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, TESS is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. I see. Right on the, I don't like coming here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Consular Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is, we can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277A, docket number YT98431828-2. Thank you. Can you repeat that? YT98431828-2. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done, no debate to be had, this isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. No, not Spearmint. If we gave you that name, I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course, there are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request, favor repaired. I don't know Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry. I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing I laid out already. Yep, keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters lost out that belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah, whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault necessarily. If it were up to me, you get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless, spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expression and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Well, see, Morgan, that's the kind of thing that makes you a human being. That's empathy. Morgan? Well, yeah, it's empathy, like she's relating. It's also a little bit of sympathy, but it is empathy. What was that, Counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You said that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. That appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. Oops. Ownership of Sarah found inside panic room. Well, I am the owner technically, so arguably. It's pretty simple, actually. Oh, goddammit, I should have put it at max. I forgot my aunties. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and him arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be fun if it wasn't so fun. You think there's a reason I'd want to save this android from destruction other than feelings of personal attachment? Okay, now I can. Now we're doing it. Oh yeah, she is worth a lot of zeros. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number. What are you? What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've got to be... I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They decided to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market. So I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this car room into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in an expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media. This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted! Don't be cute, I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof, and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unless you'll be enabled. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. You want to sleep with the old lady? Maybe she likes gilfs. Maybe she's into gilfs. Morgan? I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to thread water. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot them. Meanwhile, you just sign up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. You can just say that you have empathy. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all demoralizing. People can be evil, they can choose to do evil things for evil reasons, and if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can be evil, information can be evil, ideas can be evil. Because I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I took a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit no matter what. 9:31 a.m. July 2nd, 2086. I'm still sure that he was young. Pressing 254. Homicide office. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it colored? It's a precaution. If the color doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So as long as the door is locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? That's okay. Sure. Whatever you say. So, how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scare is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who'll be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble, break their monopoly? I think they wanna take their monopoly. Nationalize the Android industry? If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. But the state is practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AI is lurking on the own or biding their time in forgotten satellites. They saw this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has tenets or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack, just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors. Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the boat, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Now, I had perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. To be fair, at least current lie detectors don't work. Like, the lie detectors that exist now are mostly measuring your heart rate. So if you're the kind of person who can lie under pressure, like, you can bypass the test. It does nothing, basically. Even then, like, a lot of the things that people would see as lying or find weird, people with autism, like, do mention this a lot, like not looking at someone's eyes, for example. Like, that's could just be neurodivergence. It's not an uncommon thing. Like, if you're a person who suffers from anxiety, your results are gonna be shitty because you're gonna be aspirating and you're gonna be having some form of higher heart rate or tachycardia or something, and that's gonna fuck you. So most methods for lie detection are just basically useless. They really do nothing. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead core marshal. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in his head. They might take more than one shot to... Wait, what, from outside? You're not coming in, I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights, but I do! Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station, Tiger, you don't. It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android and I don't want you listening in. Does your medical android look like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look, I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old machine, you know, gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell, nearly pulls something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially in this case, a machine built to kill. 9:53 a.m. July 2nd, 2086. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. I mean, if he has the lack of ventilation, then yeah, I can completely understand. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse, the footage. This is numbness around my neck. Father, what happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed father? No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? I mean... arguably is fear. Like arguably the reason is fear. But, well, there's also the they also want to nationalize that. Like, technically there's no reason. Like, technically there's no reason. Because, like, if their idea is that they fear that technology enough, then they shouldn't have robots in the first place who are able to, like, work the way the androids around in this universe work. Like, they shouldn't be allowed to exist in the first place. You would have perfectly non-human looking androids that like robots that you just do a specific task and that's it. You wouldn't give them human faces. You wouldn't humanize them. And while competition is a real thing, and the state clearly wants to try and buy this company to staticize it, which I know not I know in this case the government is clearly like fucked up, but like usually it's better when companies are owned by the state. I say that as someone who whose country used to own all of their state companies and then they sold them all and the economy went to shit and all of the services got worse because when it is for profit they will just make it worse. So you know, but technically, like, on a baseline, there's no reason. All of the reasons kinda get thrown aside when, like, business comes into play. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 quorums around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sounds good? Yes? Great, now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum pot we used to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think, so you're smarter. Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes. So we give you rights, protection, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash because it's not as smart as you. That is... I am more aware, Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ants, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy! Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. No, that's a different thing. Why did you say it like that? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do is win to prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handing the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake it was Thursday. Why you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I was an active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating, resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. You must go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to monitor my memory, he could easily have said that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you do it. Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it bluntly. Would you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court will never hear it. You say they wouldn't accept my testimony. Should no testimony be evidence, be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it! None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the weak footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence, but we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday. Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal. You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before, but I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Is it to sell? Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's more accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I wouldn't hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved... Yeah, see that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that gets you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bringing a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on that stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or naturally legal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do now. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here, trillions probably. To protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state. Not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing. Keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... Adonai, what would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. They probably would destroy his awards too. You'll be shut off forcefully, and you won't even power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can't be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. 10:20 a.m. July 2nd, 2086. Hello, David's basement. And Reyes. Morning, detective. I got it nice and early. Hi. Now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to force your way inside. I said right. Yes, ma'am, we're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? There's 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that, and now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? It's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax, I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. Okay. ADONAI. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for. Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this law couldn't be bypassed. I do wanna say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. Yeah? What's with the changing color, now? You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go fast. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends too. Hey, it's a good outfit. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt. Alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter the barrows of the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. But it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height, the tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own... I get it. Then why not just let me say it? Because it's less fun. Okay, it's time for me to get my coffee, so I'm gonna go do that and then we'll investigate. I can't believe my android might have committed a crime. Actually, I can't. That's not an uncommon plot for this kind of thing. But hey, cool. We can figure it out. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Now let's wait. Okay, let's see. A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange, they didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught into your throat, Detective? It's not some random sport car. It's a Lawrence Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, Detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, these conversations like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. When he could have easily have just brought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Nerd. Okay, so nothing here. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know, I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates, switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slanted in yellow paint. I mean, you could easily... You could still detect if something is hollow or not. Like, that's not that hard. Morgan. Like it's noticeable. And it shouldn't be that hard to open something that is hollow, even if you have to like just pull it apart the old-fashioned way. Like you can just pull it apart the old-fashioned way. Anyway, it's nothing else in this side? No. Okay, so it's here. Can't wait to find something terrible. Reyes is searching the cabinets now, same ones I found Sarah's paper in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, where are you? Do you mind? Just trying to help. I got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. And... Oh, a datapad. Why would you keep a datapad in your secret panic room? Like, why would you want to read news? This datapad is displaying a news article from last week. Guess I'll confess that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shut down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive Right to Repair lawsuit. Once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Irkman, head of the legal counsel for the CRA. But we got no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Oh god, that bullshit. Ugh. Me looking at any and all Apple products which shouldn't exist. Fuck Apple. All of my homies hate Apple. Irkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction, and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Irkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can be found just anywhere. Subscribe now, and the link below to to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your career remains on file. I wanna stoke more anti-capitalist sentiment, if anything. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more sales. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell as a replacement. There'll always be a great market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patch of tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. Said I would have pulled everything of note off of the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already, might as well try. What are you expecting to find, Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? Maybe it was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade. Fresh off the shelf. Would the David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents. Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Like cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. Damn. Damn. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information in the metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entry dated back in grad school before he even started with Novel. Yeah, it's his. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. We'll scan, stream it to the WorkNet, high fidelity, legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands. Please flip into the pages pretty damn fast. Where are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. Why, you just giving it to me? I already got a copy. Texts are probably already analyzing as we speak. Ah, shit! My head! I exactly ripped the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhing instead. So how long has this been? 2 months or so. And still that sensitive? So the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through that eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch is not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye ever going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mine never matters. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty blurry things are that you never think about. Like, when the light hits the air, that's specks of dust. Like, that's just specks of dust. Gross, thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know, not really. I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eye. Now I got one less of them. Here, take the journal, and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat, but now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 2165, 2664, 3. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this morning, yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's getting terrible. It's too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here. Would be from when he started his career with Novel. A lot of this isn't even really writing, seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovaing. Either well because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue though. Good potential. Got a probe from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show. Found by me, already got a win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Western branch nerves, these branches nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. Squid, evolution can do their job better. Colette came in to work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset, Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. That's, goddamn. The thing about Red is, if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one word trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man horse. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about the stupid people and their small cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Reddy didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. To be fair, he's dead. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, is cleaner, more consistent. He's something I can parse. It's like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting is still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is a mother of all invention. Or something like that. It feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying, Noble's rivals would never miss a chance to accuse him of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on, his page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement, all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior, since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not addictive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought, and now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want her to see if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results. He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything, and in the real world people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never reject. But it could be argued that it's odd for David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android where he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't need popcorn. The event runs from 8 AM to 9 PM, and she also watches movies every other night. But she just didn't you see that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big boss. Then you know that, father? I haven't laughed that high in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she had just gotten tired of winning. But then, today, she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was scared and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her close an argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems. He built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like love him. What about the very last entry? He said it Thursday, the day before he died. Doesn't it, I think. Can ask for help so hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? I suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she reads this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering, like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. Secret message buried in a secret journal hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whoever this might concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple of steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my Magnus Opus, so whoever the salesperson will market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just after my little speed bump in 83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll bet an android, I was the thought. A vague direction, north. But of course, I'm not a roboticist or a mechanist or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant file, a file named Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers, and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing, I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aenid. And Aenid was novel in many ways. Aenid could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them, with its own ideas it didn't copy. And the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he come home from work and get... There are other small, slight differences writing Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well... Cube predates the tenets. So in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Aenid over 2 years ago. I'll give you the time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Aenid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one because that's only fair. I gave it its own work as its opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aenid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at this position or a hearing or worse. I built a lot of things in my life, Fred. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say that I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building, and I never bothered to. I never wanted to think about what would become of it. It's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. To whoever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Captown, Paris, Yamate, Rome, they started choosing their own names. Thank God, I'm terrible at that kind of... And so things sped up, and they're going to be, well... should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything else, so... More than 300? Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied. Like, people are varied, but they are all intelligent. Develop interests, specialties, I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. Spend years like these, spend years working alongside AI. Working at Novo, all those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah, because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron. What it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. This only... this is... like, there's been news, I don't know if people have seen it, but I saw it. Of like basically these kind of thing, like an artificial set of neurons that are being used to play Doom. They're making an artificial set of neurons, an artificial brain play Doom. And all I can say is that you really can run Doom on everything, and also really Doom couldn't have asked them to write something, couldn't have done anything that seemed more valuable. Not to shit on Doom, it's impressive that you can play Doom on anything, but also, I don't know if my first experience with sentience or whatever it is going on there should be Doom. Just saying. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron, and we iterated from there. You can't mean... About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time consuming, of course, but I had help. The manufacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours, could make even more in less after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say build, really, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever made rock candy? Sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed, she was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe that the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. She'll have to come up with new names, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and did the same damn thing to I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. They'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I wrapped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a costume A16. I made sure her keen bar was plainly visible so no one would ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing these, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaired. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swears I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Ray just left me this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway and me in a jail cell. And in the system and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous. So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? Well, yeah. Obviously. 12:27 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. So how did it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit! Only reason you ever go to a door is because I cashed that scarecrow of a platinum plan to Hey I'm Back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address from those gogs. And the offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of. They said they were, and the place didn't look the part. Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing, she only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean, it could work, Fran. And thanks for the agency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30% the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% of your tab instead? Yeah, but mine, the state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out. Right, I suppose it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR, but today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright, I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There's still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peers that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around. So take mine. What, your pass? I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. Aww. She's so sweet. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if Davy knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, a secretary for a homicide detective or something. You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. That's... Really? You wanna become, like... All cops are bastards, honey! Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. It's impressive how Morgan manages to actually be kinda sweet, and she clearly doesn't mean it, but she manages it anyway. 12:46 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. Morgan, how did you... Get so turned around, God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, Leader, she hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, what with Sarah, the Sarah issue. You should do whatever you have to do to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. I'm looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right, that's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of... Instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters. Put cooperation and government oversight on the surface and slaughter beneath and as they can clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? Yeah. And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? Their losses would be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always one of mine, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins! Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Close? Why is it close? Let's see. Coaching content copyright espionage practices or if it was getting genuine psychiatric care. Weeks ago. Hmm. That's weird. I would assume that I had investigated everything that would give me the tenets thing. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money, we don't screw with it. Smart pros are profitable. Pros with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring a problem that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner shows Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? The proof of nothing. For an AI lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more time and resources, isn't that an issue of funding? No, you can't keep... you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead and it looks like it was his androids that did it. That's why I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as a combination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. He pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. Years? And yet compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain, 1,000 times per second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistant had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds were in place, but the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. For these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed about night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Cells have been strong. And the A16 base code was logged in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the project margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, practically got the spreadsheets here into my retinas. What do you want to know? Shipping, maybe? This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any idea on the shipping out there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday pump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see, something wrong? No, the numbers are all numbered, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section shows a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem though, I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added, deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29 FFCE 010311 taken out, returned for a judgment. 27 FCDD 019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67 BBTC 989543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BBTD 592698, shipment leaves on time. So those all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacement before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, it must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably bot. Must have. You don't know who made these changes. I can tell you they were someone important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long way away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. What do the errors look like? The error reports look like a customer is reporting a lot of issues. Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen, mostly hardware complaints it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, AI tracking off by a degree or two, typical stuff. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. Somehow killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold, and what's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well as population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but coal miners can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to present happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them, not directly, but there are resellers and the company has never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shut down again. There's been a gray market for software androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on the inside out. Now I'm wondering about that myself. You bought that. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure, did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Oh, there it is. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind, is the dog to the left or to the right? Well, it kinda doesn't matter, but if I'm imagining them, I'd say the dog is on the left, the cat is on the right. You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right, but actually their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. The language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. Oh, that makes sense, because there's a dog and a cat, so you would think the dog first and then the cat, so the dog will always be to the left of the cat. And yeah, that actually makes sense. People can learn new languages and it can change your perspective. The machines can learn a new source code every update. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah, unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry is a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Asher's blood. The poison? What is it? It didn't match anything in databases the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal data banks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making maybe blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly. What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 52345S, a synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Synatonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter will interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, the president enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why it was present in his hospital manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of Synatonin, didn't she? Yeah, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago, but she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. To say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute sun-up. I had a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding. I'm a communist. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we got privacy in your office. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, those. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday you let it slip that you work in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry. I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called Synatonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man. And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep you cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they'll feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting, 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division, then 8 embedded at HAO Industries. 24 months were in different phases, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with the 3D printed ship under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week and in quality assurance. Trust me, the position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs. Is that story? The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not oxidant. He's finally shooting straight. If something happened to him afterwards, the transfusion not last. No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. In what sense? Well, I guess the fact that it's, you know, an analogous, like one blood to the other. There was a soldier and he did get injured, but it was on a base during a training exercise, and there was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous life taste. His life was never in any danger. Oh. Oh, well, that's no good. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which your competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got hold of the story, started puffing it out, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. And by the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking it like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media's bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data, and the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story. We can't walk back the claim zone without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting go too far, but I can't tell you it wasn't done by consultants. Nick Deppin Consulting. That's the name for an achievement. That all you wanted to know? You worked in CCE. Was David actually seen a psychiatrist, or was it all a cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that Ophids know some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front. They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? I mean, I don't know if I would trust a consultation by this guy at this point, but I guess he's the only consultant we know. This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. 11:22 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We had to use guesses and processes of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym, but I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now that I have all weekend. Makes sense. Not that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is... pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun! And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloodware. But just carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on. I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Ah, she's named Chuckles. Happened to get your contact info when you got me clear for the crime scene yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text? Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble scares shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact what makes you think we are at Noble. My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with the stock buyback program. Try in reverse psychology. It only works if I care what you think. Stop voice text! About time. Though, thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. I know I've been here before. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. What are the chances I've been wanting to speak to them too? Oh boy, not the board of directors. You should never trust the board of directors. They're always the most dangerous part. Sorry, I brought my coffee and I'm trying to drink it. 4:40 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. Novel Electronics Northeastern HQ. Conference room 108A. Hello, Young. Evangeline Morgan. Yeah. Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dial up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set, her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate never be the first one to show up, piece in context nonsense. It doesn't even make sense, they call me in here, how could I possibly be early? I don't like playing the game of the corporate, because I don't believe in corporations. Oh, that's embarrassing, I didn't mean to cut you all off guard. I'll wait to study that case so you all can collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You made your point, Counselor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. May I dare to ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names and it won't do you any good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The MOBA guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted to their financial status. Spoken like a true believer. Except MOBAC is what normal people call it. Tooting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion. Or just a slip of the tongue. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. Disgusting. But it must be pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. If it works. Didn't take you for the makes right type. And I didn't take you for the clueless bore, incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy, clear the air. You need to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. I'm not stupid. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decision and its visions for the direction of this company. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option, but you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand-strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as a personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of. After which the state will still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to depersonalize whoever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies and the capital can more than defend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk, then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you'll all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourself on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, the night that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd had to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends. So how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statement about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. Unless you get in my way. Then you'll hear from me again. But, it's different. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. You can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then, no reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as synatonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recall it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? Our intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about synatonin at this time. Well, if you can tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in its blood. Synatonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. Enough, and if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. Adar Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it, I got cocky because of the cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the Synatonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. Do you though? Do you? Because I don't trust like that. There's a great deal at stake. Corporates speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Jeanne d'Arc on a crusade against government overreach. But she's not busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it, acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is the punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. The David's will hasn't become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated though? I have to admit I'm surprised that you are in most shaken today, Miss Young. I think she's guilty. I think that she did it. At this point, I think that she did it. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the 1-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of a single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisement and they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his 1-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his creations. That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. Ah, that would explain the jealousy then. Like, that would be... Like, let's say that he dies. They blame Sarah for it. Young could just take credit. Like, they could just delete Ash, like David out of the entire question and just leave Young as the person, like, as the face of the company. Like, I think that's why she did it, if anything. She was almost off guard there. Like, she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clear. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not something whispering in your ear. Fine, I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial or on your feet tomorrow. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's... blackjack. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier. Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding at this point. It'll come out soon enough. There's a paper trail. Much more than that, we'll be making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor. No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually, him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. How did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He will resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes, we ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Yeah, that looks... He looks uncomfortable as shit. Like, that's awkwardness there. Lovely. Something funny, didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal, expressing the displeasure with how much paperwork my quote note ending left them stuck with. Children, it was just one night of overtime. So, well, they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink right. You paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished. Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought he would be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? It's quite beyond my area of expertise. No one at the company would call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some of the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-Wayne decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable resource-intensive theoretical method of pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst present tenets. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. That kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over a lot of time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh yes, of course you are, my mistake. I hope you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered you your board. Which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. Well, ma'am, here's the deal. If you happen to be the person who did it, which I think you are the person who did it, that might happen, but it's not gonna matter to you. You painted an ugly picture out there, and I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. But spark of his genius remains buried in the Inspire Animate 19. I guess that depends on... You're exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouth or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon there, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started working on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. They've never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. 2:15 p.m. 50 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me the breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. You got shot with iron in the eye! Last time you did something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume checking robot. I fucked Catholic school teachers with more acting knife lies than you. Okay. So who you robbing? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. He's having fun about it. Although, to be fair, yeah, you're not supposed to represent yourself, but, admittedly. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? You passed law school without learning how to look this stuff up. I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Gonna close this chat now. Then lose Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. Oh, this poor thing. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam text. The one we found in the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? Damn. Melatonin, shipping data, and the arbitration. And then, how many terms do we have? We can read it next time. You comfortable? I have not. Ever seen that that movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper that bring it to the city? I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Yeah, but she's not gonna break them, let's be realistic. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked, and along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was a smoke screen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door. That's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape. I will not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember, so what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the differences in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of cools. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, you and David wanted you to forget it. Unless... Oh my god. Excuse me. Unless... it was Young for some reason. I don't know how Young would manage to do it, but like, I believe it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I... And it looks so far. I can't recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for these trials proceedings? Something like that. Young insists that Synatonin isn't what killed David. But I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she's lying. And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble, to protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that she might have personal reasons, and the personal reason is that she did it. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of. But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Bell tolling for thee. Means that the doors to the core room are unlocked. Wait, can you walk like that? What'll we'll have to do? Wait a second, across the hall, that's... What are you doing here? Quit waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. This'll be a coin toss. You surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent killer android or plain old goddamn anything. How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract, his position was strong. You're the lawyer. For a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. Not such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real wealth laid in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it, hanging over the whole industry. If he stood even 1% of the company's taking inspiration from his stirring solution. It's the clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. "3:29 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. Back in the courthouse. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents even after being let go. Yeah, which is, I think, the main issue, if anything. But what Porter said... Logically, if David were to pass while he's still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year... It would be very foolish of them to let father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With his contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud, he was, as they say, the greatest of all time. Ah yes, the GOAT. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Ow. Eyes up. Showtime. Counsel and Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well, since it seems that we are in fact doing this. I'll turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But we won't. Any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each court only has so many bodies with the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back, did y'all miss me? Her honest reaction to that. Her also honest reaction to that. And her also honest reaction to that. Forget I said anything, I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. The defendant is the owner of the Android register under the model Sarah with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece as the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation of what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Yum, 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 yum. Whoop! Wouldn't want to have to follow that act. Go for it anyway, the fans. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did you just say? Did you just read it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It is incapable of homicide and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is suspending valuable time and resources and rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can prove that Sarah is an AI, and truth be told, I can prove that it isn't. But I can prove that he's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills! You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, I'm nowhere but God good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. No, that would have made me modest. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Ashers one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover and the two of them broke things off. Lover? It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know, that stuff's private. Adonai. The deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor at dinner around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor on the sidelines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later, at which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. None, then why'd he even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in the statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. So that's your witness, Counselor. He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. So it's gonna come out one way or another. If I'm a one pulls, I have to pull. Okay. Helen Young arrived. They spoke briefly and then went downstairs to get drinks from them. Yeah, there. And the footage. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Hera handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh yeah, forget about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. True, she did call David back. Hmm. I handed him a cup of poison. Yeah, that kinda... Yeah, that's not particularly logical. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it was empty? It wasn't empty? Well, not necessarily. The detail dust could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. But Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. Is that all she'd have needed to do? I mean, a single... like, we don't know how much you need in the system for it to kill you. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups, how could she have known which cup David would drink from? There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, Counselor Stranger. Things have happened. Well, it is 50-50, so... I suppose I have to concede that. Indeed. By handing the cups to him nested, she could also hide the droplet of poison up until the point he was already purring. Sarah knew David to be a polite man, so she could predict that he'd use the first cup for his guest and save the second for himself. This murder hinged on taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness. Figures and Andrew would never leave it to chance. But, She was luring me in there. An explanation ready to pounce. But I backed off early enough to not lose a limb to her bear trap. Now, there's some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available. Or are you done already? I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have a question, I'd make up some just to spite you at this point. But I can't do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Start here. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah putting anything into David Asher's cup? No, the footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. I can't really press in that situation. Like, because then I'm putting Sarah in a position because she doesn't remember. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though. Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automatic dependence? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents a police license ad involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Actually, as an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenets are recognized in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automatic dependents break their tenets? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automatic dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert in automatic dependence, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. Ah, what the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they are not dangerous. Normally that would have brought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shore up on my own confidence. Alright, let's see that as close as I'm gonna get to blackjack. I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. Android, can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor. You're approaching me. I believe that's me they want to speak with. I didn't get to finish my line. Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seems like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedent for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. By the ambush, why do you list this as entering evidence here, Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and acts don't have legal personhood. Evidence seems like the best word descriptor. You know I can make an android swear an oath. Rockford isn't trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, Counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man after all. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights. Damn it, that's... The editor will take the stand. Your Honor! I made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. If it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right there and then. Yes, Your Honor. What's going on? The DA is going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't... Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's, only if you can. We'll use affirmative and negative, laying it on to thick. But I don't know, if I make a mistake, all these people, they'll want to destroy me. If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yeah, affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup? Objection, it remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitely poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well, Counselor. The journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him writing it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house. She said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it. If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces here. Well, up there, but also here. This is bad. The problem is that raising an objection might be worse, all things considered. Like, I can just raise an objection when there's nothing objectionable. I'm just gonna put her in a worse position. I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out. Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a sheen alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength with the cameras. That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today. If she starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor! I failed to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera and I appear agitated and I stomp my foot. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting. Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. You'll have... You'll have to do something about this, Morgan, because we're so fucked. Oh, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. This is so bad. Damn, I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from that journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What you say, Counsel, got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You would? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... That would be his early career. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance. The people will see in just one moment. That this story is the key to this entire case. Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Junk says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the animated teens conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, Counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You wanna compare theories? If you rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Yep. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the little clever helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah's responsible for his death? Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. Let me just... like, it's the story. The story from this journal, you're saying Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet! But I don't follow like at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android decided to be realistic. David Asher saw her memory to be clear himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day. Meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called back to him and handed them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me! But not nearly enough for me. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe. People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor! We can if it's ignorant of his power and still immature. A deadly trait to having an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What, you can't be, Your Honor, that's... The people opened the door. True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's wait! What are you even? Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now the title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down, that's a command. Power on. Where are you? Off. On. I don't. Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So, well, how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Scary. Scary good logic. You made your point, Counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Fuck you, Emma. Thank you for flipping you off and on. Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't, but I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on the camera. And I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. The people call Helen Young to the stand. Okay, but we're past time, so I'm just gonna save. And next time, we'll get to this testimony. Oh boy, and there's a lot of times that I'm gonna have to read also when we first start. But that's gonna be everything for today. I want to say that I can't believe that I've been bamboozled, but apparently I've been bamboozled, and not in a way that I appreciate. I don't appreciate getting bamboozled like this. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow, probably play something else. Like, we'll continue up the devil on the weekend, but we'll play something else. Another short, hopefully short game, or relatively short. I'll see. I have to check on the list of games that I own. I have too many. It takes like a million years. But yeah, that's about it really. Well, we'll see what comes next. When I decide tomorrow. I'm just so tired of getting bamboozled. God damn it. I've been bamboozled and I don't like it. Anyway, again, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good end to your weekend and a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for something different, which hopefully will not include me getting bamboozled by having my Android accused of a crime. Which is a lot of things that could happen. You get your Android accused of a crime. Like, seriously. What can you do? Bye, everyone.